Va s'asseoir.
Thank you very much. Court officer, the case, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. The situation in the Republic of Kenya, in the case of the prosecutor against William Samuel Ruto and Joshua Arap Seng, ICC 0109-0111. We are in open session.
Thank you very much. Appearances?
Morning, Your Honours. The prosecution remains the same.
Good morning, Your Honours. For the victims, our team remains the same. Thank you.
Good morning, Your Honours. Mr. Sang's team remains the same.
Mr. President, Your Honours, good morning. Mr. Ruto's team remains the same.
Thank you very much. And we're all happy to notice that the video link with Nairobi is restored. And court officer in Nairobi, you can hear us well.
Good morning, Mr. President. Yes, we can hear you and see you very well.
Thank you very much. I see you have a witness in there, somebody else.
Yes, Mr. President, witness P516, together with his counsel, is present in the transmission room.
Thank you very much. Witness 516, thank you very much for joining us. Can you hear me?
Yes, Mr. President.
Thank you. You have responded as you are required to do by summons. You are summoned to appear and give testimony in this case. We thank you for coming and for obeying the summons issued to you. The thing we need to tell you is that your testimony will not start today, will not start immediately, because of a number of matters. First of all, as a practical matter, there are two other witnesses ahead of you, and we will finish those witnesses first. And secondly, and very, very importantly, there are some procedures that the court undertakes, the registry of the court undertakes, and also possibly the prosecutor as well, or not just the prosecutor, the party that invited a witness to come. There are some things they will need to do with the witness first, or may need to do with the witness first, before the witness can start testifying. First of all, what the registry must do is something we call a familiarization process. There's an independent, neutral unit of the court called the Victims and Witnesses Unit. They are not part of the prosecution team, and they're not part of the defense team. They're an independent unit that helps the court move these proceedings along from the perspective of witnesses and victims. They will need to meet with you and familiarize you with the processes of the court and how things work in the courtroom. As well, they will also, part of that familiarization process would be to take you through the statement or statements, if you've given more than one statement, that you may have given to either party who called you in the case. In this case, it will be the prosecutor. The Victims and Witnesses Unit will need to take you through that statement or those statements as part of the familiarization process before we can begin. And then when all that is done, they will also need to examine you about your health, psychology and all that. So there are a number of assessments they may need to make, and then they will report back to the court before we can begin taking your testimony. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
All right. So once all that is done, the Victims and Witnesses Unit, we call them VWU for short, will make a report and tell us that we're ready to start hearing the witness. So in this case, they will need to do the same with you. They're there with you. I understand some of their officers are with you. So once we're done in a few minutes, they will take over and then give you the briefings and when you need to meet with them and all that. So it is important that you attend the meetings they schedule with you so that all these processes can be done and we can get to your testimony without too much delay after that. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
All right. We'll go into private session.
We're in open session, Mr. President.
Thank you. Prosecutor?
Objection, Your Honor.
Mr. King Katwa?
None, Your Honor.
The document comes in as the next in the Ruto defense exhibits.
The confidential document KEN D0900380006 will bear the number EVD T D0900227.
Thank you.
Mr. President, the next item we would seek to admit into evidence is KEN-DO9-0038-0030. It's also a photograph in tab 6 of the same type as the one that has just been admitted.
No objection, Your Honor.
None, Your Honor.
Admitted as the next in the Ruto defense exhibit.
The confidential document KEN D0900380030 will bear the number EVD T D0900228.
Mr. President, the next document we seek to tender is KEN-D09-0038-0052, also contained in tab 6. It's also a photograph of Honorable Ruto.
Steinberg?
No objection.
No objection.
Admitted as the next Ruto exhibit.
The confidential document KEN D09-0038-0052 will bear the number EVD T D0900229.
Mr. President, the next document we would seek to admit is KEN D09-0038-0498. This is contained in tab 8A. This is a logbook of location B. Mr. President, we believe that this document speaks to the issues that the witness has talked about, and the witness seems to appreciate some of the entries in that logbook because he is familiar with the location and familiar with the personalities and some of the issues recorded therein. As such, we believe that it addresses a matter in contention between the parties. It has sufficient indicia of reliability. We ask that it be admitted in evidence. If there is difficulty in so doing, we ask that as a minimum it be marked for identification. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. Steinberg?
Thank you, Your Honors. The prosecution does object to this being admitted into evidence at this stage. The witness has never seen this document before. He purported to identify what it was on the basis of what's written in there, but there is no indication of authenticity of this book, and we submit that it should be proved in the ordinary fashion. We have no objection to it be granted an MFI number. Only the persons that entered into this book can speak as to the truth of its contents.
Mr. President, perhaps there is something there in the response given by my learned friends that I should address. The document is replete with stamps by the school authenticating it, and there is also a second part of it which being duly certified by the principal. So for that reason, we believe the issue of authentication has been adequately addressed.
For the record, Mr. President, we do not object to it being exhibited.
The document will be marked for identification.
As Your Honor pleases.
The confidential document KEN D0900380498 will bear the number MFI T D09000230.
Mr. President, the next document we would seek to be marked for identification is KEN-D09-0038-0685. It is contained in tab B of Your Honor's binder or bundle. It is also the second part of the logbook.
I mean tab 8B.
8B, Mr. President.
Yes. Document will be marked for identification.
The confidential document KEN D0900380685 will bear the number MFI T D09000231.
Mr. President, we seek to mark for identification document KEN-D09-0038-0277. It is the visitor's book contained in tab 9 of the bundle.
It will be marked for identification.
The confidential document KEN D09-0038-0277 will bear the number MFI T D09-00232.
Mr. President, we seek to admit into evidence document KEN-D09-0038-0017, also contained in tab 6, is a photograph of Honorable Ruto.
No objection, Your Honor.
I have no objection, Your Honor.
Will be admitted as the next Ruto defense exhibit.
The confidential document KEN D09-0038-0017 will bear the number EVD T D09-00233.
Mr. President, the next item we would seek to admit into evidence is KEN-D09-0038-0024, also contained in tab 6, the photograph of Honorable William Ruto.
Your Honours, I have no objection. I may indicate I have no objection to any of the photographs from this tab being admitted.
No objection, Your Honor.
That is, photographs that have been put to the witness.
Admitted as the next in the Ruto defense exhibits.
The confidential document KEN D09-0038-0024 will bear the number EVD T D09-00234.
Mr. President, the next item is KEN-D09-0038-0080, contained in tab 11. Mr. President, this is minutes of a joint BOG and PTA meeting. We ask that it be marked for identification.
Mr. Steinberg?
No objection to MFI, Your Honours.
No objection on our part.
A mark for identification.
The confidential document KEN D0900380080 will bear the number MFI T D09000235.
Mr. President, we ask that document KEN-D09-0038-0419 be admitted into evidence. This is a news report. It's a video, Mr. President. It is a news report of
Do we have a transcript of it?
Yes, the transcript would come after it.
All right.
The transcript would be in tab 21, Mr. President. This is the video in which Honorable Ruto was advocating for adopting the delegate system in determining the presidential flag bearer for the ODM. We ask that the video be admitted into evidence.
Your Honor, on our part, we have no objection.
Your Honours, only to observe that I don't think the witness was shown the whole report. The prosecution disputes that it was the same occasion that is depicted by the photograph, but other than that, we have no objection to the admission of the video.
The document will be admitted as the next Ruto defense exhibit.
The public document KEN D0900380419 will bear the number EVD T D09000236.
Mr. President, just to indicate for the record that we would address the observation of my learned friend opposite during submissions at the relevant time.
Indeed, that was the point. Now, there's a translation?
Yes,
the
Mr.
video.
President. The translation is contained in KEN-D09-0038-00. Excuse me, Mr. President, let me just confirm this. 0420 in tab 21. We ask that it also be admitted into evidence, Mr. President.
Mr. Steinberg?
No objection, Your Honours, but the normal caveat, we don't admit the correctness of the translation at this stage.
No objection, Your Honor.
Admitted as the next in the Ruto defense exhibits.
The public document KEN D09-0038-0420 will bear the number EVD T D09-00237.
Mr. President, the next item we would seek to admit into evidence is KEN-D09-0038-0072, contained in tab 8, is a photograph of Honorable William Ruto.
We have no objection, Your Honor.
In tab what?
I beg your pardon, Mr. President. Tab 7.
No objection, Your Honour.
Admitted as the next Ruto defense exhibit.
The confidential document KEN D09-0038 0072 will bear the number EVD T D0900238.
Mr. President, we ask that document KEN-0038-0038-0427 contained in tab 16. It's a BOG, minutes of a BOG meeting. We ask that it be marked for identification.
It will be so marked.
The confidential document KEN D09003800427 will bear the number MFI T D0900239.
And the last item, Mr. President, is KEN-D09-0038-0418 contained in tab 22. This is a Nation newspaper of 20 November 2007. We ask that it be admitted into evidence, Mr. President.
No objection, Your Honor.
No objection, Your Honor.
Admitted as the next Ruto defense exhibit.
Document, the public document KEN D0900380418 will bear the number EVD T D0900240.
Mr. President, that was the last item I'm seeking to admit.
Thank you. Mr. Farley, we're still waiting for the witness to be brought back in, so you may continue your cross-examination. Have you thought about time? I know we have lost time, and that's not your fault, nor anyone's indeed.
Indeed.
But still.
Like I promised, Mr. President, I'll endeavor to really reduce the time we intended to use. I just wish to note that the prosecution had about 10 sessions. I would definitely not take that much time, but perhaps what I asked for should be given, a day and a half, and then I'd be done. But I'll do my utmost to finish earlier. Thank you, Mr. President.
Yes, it's not always a good argument to say because somebody had X amount of time, one should be given the same. But if you need to use the time, it may be that the nature of the testimony may require that the cross-examiner takes more time in cross-examination or less time in cross-examination as the examiner-in-chief. But just as far as you're, keen and alive to the need to do it with speed and efficiency, that would be good enough.
I'm well guided, Mr. President.
And Mr. President, with your leave, if we have time, one matter that may be of help the parties. Your Honour, we sent an email to the Chamber yesterday regarding the next court session, and effectively it was an application of all parties. It was initiated by the Ruto and Sang defence teams and supported by the prosecution. Your Honour, I'm not asking for a decision on that now, but I note that we have at least 2 more witnesses lined up for this session. And it seems to me it would be a good idea to try to finish those. The other matter I just raised, I don't know if it's possible at all, is the possibility of extending the current session to finish the current witnesses, and I'll say no more than that. It's just it would be quite good to finish the current ones that we've prepared for before we move on to others. And one possibility, of course, is bringing them back, any witnesses that are not finished, the next session. The other possibility, depending upon other court, the needs of other court cases in this courtroom, is to extend the session, and so we finish this block of witnesses in an extended session, and I just raised that as a possibility.
Of course, we're not going to resolve the matter now, but Mr. Steinberg, do you have any observations so far on the matter?
Your Honours, I can confirm that my learned friends discussed with me the scheduling of the next session, and we're quite happy to go along with the defence on that request. On the extension, I will need to consult and see what other obligations we might have. Normally, because we don't know when the next session is going to be, any plans that need to be made for leave and the such will be done shortly after the termination of the first session. But I can't speak to that immediately. My preference would probably be not to extend if we could help it, unless it's just for 1 or 2 days.
Mr. President, I confirm that we discussed the issue of the next session. The issue of extending this session was not discussed. Speaking for myself, I would have rather that it is not extended, but probably we'll deal with it when it is firmed up. Yes. Thank you.
We're getting an incoming call, so we will take up the matter of scheduling in due course, so we'll not deal with that today. Well, let's do this. Let's take our morning break now and come back earlier. And we will come back in 20 past 11. God will rise.
All rise. We will. All rise. We will obey. Please be seated.
Thank you very much, witness. Welcome back. Mr. Fowl will continue his cross-examination. We're in open session.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning, Mr. Witness.
Good morning.
We ended this session on Wednesday talking about an alleged Harambe that took place at location D on 19 November 2007. Do you recall that?
Yes, I recall.
Now, Mr. Witness, I want us to discuss some of the other details about this alleged Harambe which you told the prosecution. Are we together?
Yes.
I would like to show you a photograph. Court officer, kindly put this photograph up the screen, and please do not broadcast it outside the courtroom and the transmission room. It is contained in tab 19, rather tab 18. It is KEN D09 0038 0722.
The photograph is being shown to the witness.
Yes. Mr. Witness, do you know the person shown in this photograph?
Yes, I know him.
And please do not mention his name because we are in public session. Kindly take a look at the PIS that has been provided and tell us whether you see his name on the PIS.
Yes, I have seen.
And what is the pseudonym provided for this name? Person what?
NBIS.
Yes. For how long have you known this person?
I've known him for 13 years.
How did you come to know him? And please do not reveal any information that would lead to your identification.
I knew him as a teacher of the location D.
Mr. Witness, you said in paragraph 37 of your statement, and I quote, "The master of ceremony was the school principal," and then you mentioned the name contained in the PIS as person N. And then you went on to say he advised people to give with a generous heart. Mr. President, this is contained in this first statement of the witness at page 0025. This is in tab 1. It's prosecution exhibit 132. It's KEN-0OTP-0109-0019-01. I'm referring specifically at paragraph 37, contained in page 0025. Can you see it, Mr. Witness? The photograph may be taken off the screen. And Mr. Witness, what I read out is actually correct. And if it is not, the OTP would bring it up. This is what you said, that the master of ceremony was the school principal, and you mentioned the name contained in the PIS as person N, and then you went on to say that he advised people to give with a generous heart. Is that correct, Mr. Witness? That's what you told the prosecution?
Yes.
We note that there is a difference in the name that you have given for as the principal, person N. Is person N different from the person you have seen on the photograph?
No.
Are you suggesting that they are one and the same person? This is the person you were referring to in paragraph 37?
Yes.
Are you aware that his correct name is what is stated in the PIS as person N bis? That is the name you pointed out earlier?
Yes.
And Mr. Witness, I would like to examine another document, but before I do that, kindly help the court understand the titles that are given to heads of secondary schools in Kenya.
It's a foul. Before you move on, are you done with the photo?
Yes, Mr. President.
What do you intend to do with it?
I would seek to admit it into evidence. I wanted to do that as soon as I finish every segment of the examination. Otherwise, I can do it as soon as I use the material.
Let us do it that way. Do it as soon as you use the material. Let's avoid piling up.
I am well guided, Mr. President. Mr. President, I would just wish to take us back a little bit. I had omitted to ask that a photograph that I had previously shown to the witness be admitted into evidence. And this is KEN-DO9.
Wait. Is there something else?
Yes,
All right, let's deal with the photo we've just seen now. After that, we can take up the other matter.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. May I ask that the photograph we've just seen be admitted into evidence? It is KEN-D09-0038-0722, contained in tab 18. This is the photograph of person N bis, teacher at location D. May we ask that it be admitted into evidence, Mr. President?
No objection.
No objection.
Admitted as the next Ruto defense exhibit.
And Mr. President,
the confidential document KEN-D09-0038-0722 will bear the number EVD T D09-00241.
And Mr. President, as I intimated a little earlier, I had omitted to ask to put into evidence a photograph that was shown to the witness. It is KEN-D09-0038-0069. It is contained in tab 7, and it's a photograph of Honorable Ruto at a location we had seen. May we ask that it be admitted into evidence, please?
No objection, Your Honor.
No objection.
Admitted as the next Ruto defense exhibit.
The confidential document KEN-D09-0038-0069 will bear the number EVD T D09 00242.
Thank you very much. Mr. Witness, in Kenya, secondary schools in Kenya, for that matter.
Mr. Fowl, hold on, please. Witness, can you look at paragraph 37 of your statement? Your first statement to the UTP. Court officer, it would be the year and reference would be OTP 01090025.
Yes, Mr. President, it's being shown to the witness.
All right. Witness, looking at paragraph 37, do you know, you see the spelling of that name that appears there? Do you know anyone else whose name is spelled precisely in that manner?
No, Mr. President.
Thank you. Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Witness, in secondary schools in Kenya, is there any title that is used interchangeably with the title principal?
I don't know.
Do you know the term headmaster?
Yes, I know.
Is that term used interchangeably with principal in secondary schools in Kenya?
No.
It is your testimony that in secondary schools they don't use the term head teacher or headmaster.
Yes.
Let him explain the difference. Let's understand it between the two terminologies, principal and headmaster.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Witness, can you explain to the court your understanding of the differences between principal and headmaster?
What I understand is that the head teachers of secondary schools in Kenya have the title principals. Yeah, and then some are senior principal. And then for the primary schools, we have the head teacher.
Do the head teacher and the headmaster, the headmaster and the principal, do they perform the same functions?
Yes, they perform.
Thank you.
Are you saying, witness, that in primary schools the head teacher is headmaster?
Yeah, sometimes back that name headmaster was used so much, headmaster and headmistress if she was a lady. But of late, what the name that is used mostly is head teacher.
Oh, right. But at the time when the terminology headmaster and headmistress were used, and one can see why it makes sense to unify the titles. But at the time when headmaster and headmistress were used, at what level of education would the head teacher be described with those titles?
The head teacher, the headmaster or headmistress were those teachers who went to teacher training colleges. They had the certificate for of teacher training colleges for primary schools.
For primary schools?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Witness, I'd just like to move forward on this, and I would like to show you a document. It is a document we had seen yesterday. It's contained in tab 17. It has been MFI'd. It is, the ERN number is KEN. KEN-D09-0038-0429, contained in tab 17. Just give me a second to provide the MFI number. But in the meantime, could this document be put up the screen for the witness and let it not be broadcast outside?
The document is being shown.
Mr.
Witness.
Are you sure
Yes.
about the ERN number?
This one had not been used before. So just show the document to the witness. It had not been used before, so it doesn't have an MFI number. Can you see the document, Mr. Witness?
Yes, I have seen.
Could you, don't mention the name, okay, would you agree that it is a document purportedly from location D?
Yes.
And it is a document dated 29 October 2007, correct?
Yes.
And it is a letter addressed to the district education officer for Washing Gishu. Is that right?
Yes, it is right.
And it is talking about nomination of the Board of Governors. Is that right?
Yes.
And if you look at the bottom of the document, you would see a name below the signature. Do you see that?
Yes, I have seen.
And could you confirm that the name or one of the names you have seen below the signature is also the name listed as person P in the PIS? Do you see that, Mr. Witness?
Yes, I have seen.
And you have seen that person P signed this letter as principal.
Yes.
Let me take this again. The person who signed, you see the name of the person who signed this letter. Is it the name that is listed as person P in the PIS?
Yes.
So, Mr. Witness, we say that person NBIS was not principal at location D in 2007. What do you say to that?
You are correct.
I would move on, Mr. Witness. I would show you another document. Before I move away from this, perhaps, Mr. President, may I ask that this document be marked for identification?
It will be so marked.
Mr. Oh, sorry.
The confidential document KEN D0900380429 will bear the number MFI T D0900243.
Mr. President, may I ask to go into a private session for 2 minutes?
Private session.
We are in open session, Mr. President.
Mr. Witness, I would like to show you another document. We had seen this document before. It is the logbook contained in tab 8. It is KEN-D09-0038. It is Ruto Defense MFI 230. And specifically, we want to see page 0669. If you could kindly put that page on the screen, please.
Could you please repeat the first page of the document, the year-end number of the first page of the document? The last 4 digits?
0498. And specifically at page 0669.
What tab did you already indicate? The tab 8, you say?
Yes, Mr. President. Could you enlarge the entry dated 14 June 2007, 14/06/07, please? Mr. Witness, do you see that entry in the logbook?
Yes, I have seen.
You would agree with me that it is an entry of 14 June 07. Is that right?
Yes.
And Mr. Witness, you would agree that it states, receive a letter of deploy, something...
Okay, we're in public session, you know that?
Yes, Mr. President, that's why I opted to read it myself. Received a letter of deploy, something missing, of the D/HT, Mr., and that name would be the name we say is in person, the name of person N. Bis, who has been deployed to head the school at location E. Is that right, Mr. Witness?
Yes, it is right.
Court officer, excuse me, before I go, that you'd agree, Mr. Witness, that this is the same school to which the letter we have just seen, to which the person concerned has been transferred to, as indicated in the letter we have just seen?
Yes.
Court officer, could you show the witness the next page, please? It's page 0670.
The page is being shown to the witness.
Thank you, court officer. Can you kindly expand the entry of the 18th June 07? And Mr. Witness, you agree that this indicates an entry of 18 June 2007, is that right?
Yes.
And the entry reads as follows: a meeting by the executive BOG, then a person we list as person Q, PIS person Q, has been appointed to act as a deputy after the transfer of person N bis. Did you see that?
Yes, I have seen.
Mr. Witness, why did you tell the Office of the Prosecutor that person N bis was principal at location D when you gave them your statement?
I had told them he was the deputy principal, but it seemed when he was writing, he never indicated that he was the deputy principal.
But Mr. Witness, what I'm trying to drive at is that as at June 2007, person N bis was no longer working at location D at all. Did you in fact know when you spoke to the Office of the Prosecutor that person N bis was no longer working at location D as of November of 2007?
I didn't know.
Mr. Witness, in your statement, you also mentioned other individuals, person L and person M, as being chairman and vice chairman of the location, of the BOG of location D. Do you remember that? I am referring specifically to paragraph 135 of your statement. Sorry, paragraph 35 of your statement. Person L and person M as being chairman and vice chairman, respectively, of the BOG of location D.
Yes, I have seen.
I would now like you to take a look at a document. It's contained, Mr. President, in tab 13. It is KEN-D09-0038-0422. Kindly put it up the screen for the witness, please.
The witness is being shown the document.
Mr. Witness, you agree that this letter purports to be from the Ministry of Education, correct?
Yes, it is correct.
And it is dated 9 July 2004, is that right?
Yes.
And it is a letter addressed to the District Education Officer of Uasin-Gishu District, right?
Yes.
And the subject is Board of Governors members for location D, is that right?
Yes.
And the letter claims to be a letter which is forwarding the appointment letters of 10 members of the Board of Governors of location D, is that right?
Yes.
And please take a look at the document. It's dated 9 July 2004. do you see in this list of names the name of person M? Person M, please take a look at the PIS. Did you see the name of person M in this document?
It is not there.
Take a look at the names listed under section 44, subsection 2, paragraph C. I note that the third name, is it the same as the name you refer to as person L?
No.
Could you tell the court what is the difference?
Now we're in open session.
Yes, Mr. President, thanks for that reminder. Could you kindly tell the court what is the difference? Is there any gender difference in these names?
Yes, the one in this letter is a female.
And the one you refer to in your statement?
Is a male.
Thank you very much, Mr. Witness. Mr. President, may I ask that this document be marked for identification?
Will be so marked.
The confidential document KEN D0900380422 will bear the number MFI T D09000245.
Court officer, may I ask that document contained in tab 16, KEN D09-0038-0427 be showed to the witness, please?
There you go.
The document was shown to the witness.
May the document also be put up the screen, please? Oh, okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Court Officer. Mr. Witness, do you agree that the heading of the document claims to be from location D?
Now let's correct something on the record. So it should be that the document is being shown to the witness. Is that it, Court Officer, as we speak?
Yes, Mr. President, it's being shown the document together also with the PIS.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. Witness, the document purports to be from location D, is that right?
Yes.
And it is dated 21 September 2007, correct?
Correct.
And it claims to be executive BOG meeting on 21 September 2007 in the library, correct?
Yes.
Please take a look at the PIS and tell us who in this document is stated as chairman of the BOG. Please refer to the PIS.
Yes, the one indicated by letter O.
So this document states that person O was the chairman of the BOG that held its meeting on 21 September 2007. That's what you see here, correct?
Yes.
are you familiar with the names of the other people listed in this document?
Yes.
Mr. President, may I ask that this document, I think we had seen this document before. I would supply the MFI number in a minute. It is MFI 239 for the record. May I ask that another document be showed to the witness? It's in tab 17. Date is ERN number KEN-D09-0038-0429, tab 17.
Mr. Fowl, what were you about to do with this document, the last one we saw, where I noticed at line 18, you were beginning to ask something. Were you?
I changed my mind.
You changed your mind.
I realized it was already MFI'd.
Okay, you were going to ask for MFI, but then you realized it was already MFI'd.
Yes, Mr.
Okay,
President.
we
Thank
just
you
want to
very
be
much.
clear on the record.
Thank you very much, Mr. President.
The document KEN-D09-0038-0429 is being shown to the witness.
Mr. Witness, we had seen this document before. It is MFI 243. And you would agree, Mr. Witness, that this document claims or purports to come from the principal of location D. Is that right?
Yes.
And you would agree that it states that the term of the BOG, of the present BOG, expired and would request your office to send an official on Tuesday, 16 November 2007, to come and nominate a new BOG body to serve in the next term. Did I read the contents correctly?
Your Honor, I believe it's 6.
The 6th of November 2007, it says, and to come and nominate a new BOG body to serve in the next term. Did I read it correctly?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Witness. And finally, on this topic, I would like to show you one last document that is contained in KEN-D09-0038-0435 in tab 20. Kindly put it up the screen, please.
The document is being shown to the witness.
And Mr. Witness, you would agree that this letter purports to be from the Ministry of Education, correct?
Correct.
And it is dated July 29, 2008, correct?
Yes.
And it is addressed to the District Education Officer for Wasingishu, is that right?
Yes.
And Mr. Witness, you agree that the heading or the subject states Board of Governors membership, location D, is that right?
Yes.
And it reads, enclosed herewith please find the appointment letters of 10 members of the Board of Governors of Location D for your information, forwarding, and further necessary action. These appointments by the Minister for Education are effective from 1st April 2008 and have been made in accordance with the Education Act, Cap 211, Section 10. Did I read that correctly, Mr. Witness?
Yes.
And take a look at the appointments under Section 4(2)(b). Do you see the name of person M listed in those names, person M?
Yes, I have seen.
Take a look at the appointments under Section 4(2)(c). Do you see the name of person L listed amongst those names?
Yes.
And Mr. Witness, this letter claims to be appointing these people to the new board effective from 1st April 2008. Is that right?
Yes.
Mr. Witness, why then did you tell the Office of the Prosecutor that person L and person M were chairman and vice chairman of the board during the Harambe on 19 November 2007?
I wasn't sure of the members of the Board of Governors of the school.
Mr. What paragraph?
Para 35, Mr. President. Page 0025 or page 7 of the statement, of the first statement. It reads, the Harambe was organized by the Board of Governance, the chairman of which was person L, and the vice chairman was person M. And then he later attributed certain activities to these two individuals.
Proceed.
Mr. President, may I ask that this document be marked for identification, please?
Will be so marked.
The confidential document KEN D0900380435 will bear the number MFI T D09000246.
Mr. Witness, just before I leave this point, you told the court that you were unsure of their positions in the board. Is that what you said?
Yes.
Essentially, Mr. Witness, you cooked it up, didn't you?
Yes.
I would now move on to another topic. You told the OTP in your diary that at 3rd December 2007, in my 2007 diary, I have entered youth rally at Ruto's home -- nomination papers. In my 2008 diary, I have entered youth rally at Ruto's home. This is my handwriting in both entries. I wrote the entry in my 2007 diary that day. I wrote the entry in the 2008 diary at a later date, but I did not remember when. I have no explanation for why I left out nomination papers from the 2008 diary. Do you recall saying that to the prosecution?
Yes.
Mr. Witness, I just want us to examine the details of what you have told the prosecution, and then I would ask you questions on this. You went on to say that the youth, that is the next paragraph, it's tab 2, Mr. President, is the prosecution exhibit 133. And in paragraph 24, you went on to say, the youth had assembled in a place called Mailitisa outside Eldoret in order to escort Ruto, who was delivering his nomination papers to the Electoral Commission of Kenya, ECK. The youth were traveling in matatus and lorries. After Ruto had presented his papers, there was a lunch held for the youth in Ruto's home in Sugoi. I saw this convoy at around 2 p.m. at Tobo Trading Center traveling to Ruto's home. I could hear the youth singing a song called Vijana Musulale Bado Mapambano, which means, youth, don't sleep, the struggle continues. This was a popular ODM song used in this period. That's what you said, Mr. Witness?
Yes.
Mr. Fowl, just for the record, is it the case then that the previous
quote or excerpt I read?
Yes.
From the same document, Mr. President, from the same page.
Paragraph 23?
Yes, Mr. President.
All right.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. Witness, I'll say it from the beginning. We agree that there was a youth rally organized by Honorable Ruto in 2007. Now I want to show you a video, and then I would ask some questions. And please watch it carefully. It's KEN-D09-0018-0098, track 1, please. Could you kindly move it to, just to save time, timestamp 05.40 and play it to 7.41. President, the transcript is contained in KEN-0038-0695, and the portion we are going to play now would be at 0699, specifically at lines 114 to line 117. It's at tab 23. Thank you.
Mr. Esafal, sorry, could you please confirm the level of confidentiality of the video?
It's a public document.
Thank you.
Now, can you take that again? It will be more helpful for you to take us to the tab first, so we're there, then to make sure we're there. before telling us the precise place. If you do it the other way around, you have to repeat it.
Thank you very much, Mr.
So
President.
what
I am
precise-
well guided. It's tab 23, Mr. President.
Yes, we've got tab 23, but what precise point?
It's the timestamp 05.40. We are going to play it to 0741, but look at specifically lines 114 to lines 117.
Yes.
Na mtu kusaliwa katika kabila fulani sio makosa yake, ni mapenzi ya Mungu. Kweli ama si kweli? Lakini hatutaki uongozi ambao unachukua mambo ya Mungu wanakuja wanaweka ndani, wanatugawanya kama Wakenya. Bwana Kibaki hafai kuongoza chochote, na wale wote wanaounga mkono Bwana Kibaki ni sawa na yeye. Naibu wa waziri anaitwa Bwana Peter Kele, anatoka Mount Kenya. Permanent secretary anaitwa Bwana Kinyo, anatoka Kenya. Gavana wa Central Bank anaitwa Bwana Ndungu, Mount Kenya. Director General wa Kenya Revenue Authority anakusanya ushuru yote Mount Kenya. Hiyo ni ukabila ama sio ukabila? Kibaki anafaa kwenda nyumbani ama hafai? Nyumbani ama aende nyumbani?
Mr. Witness, are you familiar with Sugoi?
Yes.
The image is stopped at this particular point. Could you, at 06.58 seconds, could you tell us what you see here?
Yes.
What
I am seeing a huge crowd of people, and behind it I am seeing tiled houses.
Are you familiar with this house? Do you know this house?
No, I don't know.
Have you ever been there?
I don't know the house, so I think I have not gone there.
We say, Mr. Witness, that is Honorable Ruto's home in Sugoi. What do you say to that?
I'm not sure.
Thank you, Mr. Witness. Before we leave this, I just want to read out from the transcript what we think we heard and ask you whether that is also what you heard. Did you hear the speaker? Who, in fact, Mr. Witness, who was the speaker in this clip?
It was Mr. Ruto.
And the clothing you see him wear, did it have any political significance in 2007?
Yes.
Could you tell the court what significance?
It was used by those people supporting the ODM.
Thank you very much, Mr. Witness. And I just want to read out from the transcript what we say we heard, and you'll confirm to the court whether that also, that's also what you heard. Are we together? Whether
Yes.
it's a true record of what you heard. Are we together?
Yes.
And I am reading from lines 114 of the transcript, Mr. President. And it said, William Ruto speaking.
1 second. Can you ask him to summarize, and if he can get the main points of what he just said.
Thank you, Mr. President. You would agree, Mr. Witness, that he was talking about... Mr. Witness, could you summarize what you heard the speaker say?
Sorry?
Let's play the clip again for the witness.
Thank you, Mr. President.
What part of the video again? What the speech you were interested in?
0540, please, to 0741. 2 minutes of it, please.
Na mtu kusaliwa katika kabila fulani sio makosa yake, ni mapenzi ya Mungu. Kweli basi kweli. Lakini hatutaki uongozi ambao unachukua mambo ya Mungu wanakuja wanaweka ndani, wanatugawanya kama Wakenya. Bwana Kibaki hafai kuongoza chochote, na wale wote wanaounga mkono Bwana Kibaki ni sawa na yeye.
Could you stop it there, please? Could you stop it there? Mr. Witness, could you tell the court what you just heard?
Yes, I have heard the speaker, who is Mr. Ruto, talking about ethnicity, that to be born in a certain tribe is not a mistake, but it will be a mistake if now people divide themselves on tribal lines.
Thank you, Mr. Witness. We stopped it at timestamp 06.4.
You can now read the record, what you have in your translation.
Yes, thank you. 0614, that's where we stopped it. This is the translation of what we have. We have said we do not want tribalism. Is it true or not true? Listen keenly. If someone is born in a particular tribe, it is not his mistake. It is God's will. Is it true or not true? But we do not want leadership where you take issues of God, distort them, and come and lie to us Kenyans. Mr. Kibaki is not fit to lead anything, and all those joining hands with Kibaki are like him. And then applause from the crowd. Mr. Witness, does that accord with what you heard?
Yes.
Mr. President, we are going to play another segment of this same video. Just give me a second, let me confer with my colleague. Yes, I just was to play another segment of the video. Kindly move it to 7 minutes, 41 seconds. And I'll be interested in lines 141 to 143 of the transcript.
Sasa tutawaonyesha. Tuko pamoja? Tuko pamoja? Mimi ndugu zangu, vijana wenzangu, naomba kura yenu kama mbunge wa.
Okay, stop it there, please. Mr. Witness, could you help us tell the court what you have just heard?
Yes, I have heard Mr. Ruto pleading with the youth that he was seeking re-election as the MP for Eldoret North.
And which year was this, from your knowledge of Kenyan politics?
The elections of the 2007.
Thank you very much, Mr. Witness. Could you kindly continue playing the video, please?
Alafu mimi naomba kura zenu kwa madiwani wetu hawa wa ODM. Nataka kuzungumza hapa kama mmoja wenu. Mimi najua kulikuwa na hitilafu ya hapa na pale katika uchaguzi ama mchujo wa madiwani. Unaona hiyo? Makaratasi yalifika kama kuchelewa, ukawa na majina hayako katika ile orodha, ukawa na mambo machache hapa na pale. Lakini ndugu zangu, mimi nasema
Kindly stop it there, please. And Mr. Witness, could you tell the court what you heard him say? I'm looking at the transcript from 145 to 147.
I've heard him talking about or asking about people to vote, and then he was also talking about the anomalies that happened during the nomination, the primaries of the party, that some materials came late.
And for which party was he soliciting for votes?
ODM.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And for the record, we played the video up to 8 minutes 41 seconds. And now may I ask that track 2 be played, please. And Mr. President, track 2 is contained in KEN-09-0018-0098, and the transcript, it is in tab 24. The transcript is in tab 24, KEN-D09-0027-0006 at page 007. It's the translation of the transcript, and I am particularly interested in lines 13 and 14. Kindly play it, please.
Lakini ile statement mwenyewe anaitwa Bwana Wanjui. Sasa wako na njama ati kabla ya kupigwa kura watatoa report ama opinion poll ati Kibaki ametishinda.
Stop it there, please. Mr. Witness, could you tell us what you've just heard him say?
Yes, I have heard Mr. Ruto talking about opinion polls that were released during that year, and he is saying that there are plans by a certain group which is doing the opinion polls that before the elections they will show President Kibaki leading among the opinion polls from the voters.
Do you recall the name of the polling agency that he mentioned?
Yes, he's talking about Ipsos Synovate.
Mr. Witness, perhaps we should play it again so you could listen carefully. Please take it again. There were several polling houses at the time, but listen carefully. Stop it there. Did you hear him mention a name at this stage?
Yes, he mentioned Statman.
Was Statman a polling house, a polling agency at the time?
Yes, it used to conduct opinion polls.
And Please continue playing to timestamp 8:39, please. Mr. President, refer to lines 48 to 53 of the same transcript. Thank you. From 8:39 to 10:51, please.
Chungwa watu wa Mailine, mimi ninafurahi kusimama hapa nyumbani, na tunasema ya kwamba mwaka huu ni mwaka wa mabadiliko. Ni kweli ama si kweli? Mwaka huu tutabadilisha serikali, iache kuwa ya serikali ya wakubwa, iwe serikali ya Wakenya wote. Tunakubaliana ama tunasema mwaka huu rasilimali itatoka Nairobi, mamlaka itatoka Nairobi, ije mashinani. Ni kweli ama si kweli? Ndio tunasema tunataka serikali ya mashinani. Mingi imekuwa serikali ambayo...
Mr. Witness, could you tell the court what you've just heard?
Yes, I have heard Mr. Ruto talking about elections, and he was saying that in that elections there were going to be changes, that the government should be devolved, and that the government should be brought closer to the people.
Did you hear him at the beginning mention a particular location?
Yes, he mentioned a place called Mailine.
Do you know this place?
Yes, I know it.
Mr. Witness, in your statement, paragraph 24, not this one, the second statement, you said the group of youths, okay, rather, let me just read it exactly as it is stated here. The youth had assembled in a place called Mailitisa outside Eldoret in order to escort Ruto, who was delivering his nomination papers to the Electoral Commission of Kenya, ICC. Do you remember saying that?
Yes.
Coming from Sugoi, going to Eldoret, could you tell us the villages that are next to Mailitisa?
Yes. We have Juakali, and then we have Sigawet, we have Leseru.
Do you have Mailini?
It is not so near. You have to go a bit more kilometers.
From Sugoi, going to Eldoret, do you have to pass through Mailini?
Yes.
And how far is Mailini from Mailitisa?
It is roughly, approximately 7 kilometers.
What does Mailine mean in Kiswahili?
It means 4 miles.
And Mailitisa?
It means 9 miles.
How did these two villages come to acquire their names?
I just found them being called that way. I don't know surely how those names came to be.
Well, Mr. Witness, you know Kenya certainly much more than we do, but the story is that Mailitisa is given that name because it is 9 miles from Eldoret. Is that right?
I don't know.
And Mailine is also given its name because it's about 4 miles from Eldoret. Is that right?
I believe so.
And you would agree that going to Eldoret from Sugoi, when you pass Mailitisa, you would eventually have to pass Mailine before you get to Eldoret. Is that right?
Yes, that is right.
Thank you very much, Mr. Witness. Mr. Witness, you told Mr. Witness, you told the prosecution that the youth escorted Honorable Ruto to Eldoret to deliver his nomination papers. Do you recall that?
Yes.
I want you to pay attention to what we have just seen, the images we have just seen. I would also play the rest of the video, and then I would ask you questions. Perhaps maybe I'll just skip the rest of this video because of in view of time and go to track 3, please. Track 3 is contained in KEN-D09-0018-0098, and it is contained in tab 24, the transcript, and the document reference is KEN-D09-0027-0010. In tab 24, Mr. President, we have 2 documents. The second document would be the one we are referring to. From 155 to 358, please.
There's just out of secrecy. First, yes. So there are questions that I will ask you, and the answer should either be yes or no. Are you under a sentence of imprisonment exceeding 6 months, both on you by a court? You are charged with bankrupt in accordance with the Kenya law. Do you hold or a court of law? Have you been convicted by a court of an offense under the Election Offences Act? Have you been found guilty of or reported to be guilty of an election offense by a court of law? Are you a full-time member or an employee of a state corporation? No. Are you a full-time member or an employee of a public university? Yeah. I give you my receipt. Perfectly nominated.
Could you stop it there, please? Mr. Witness, could you tell the court what you have just seen in this video?
Yes, I have seen Mr. Ruto being asked some questions before he was cleared to run for the MP Eldoret North. I believe by the officials of the Electoral Commission of Kenya.
Are you familiar with this type of process?
Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Witness. When you spoke to the prosecution and told them in paragraph 24 of that of the second statement that the youth were escorting Ruto to Eldoret for him to deliver his nomination papers, was this event the event you were talking about? Event you have just seen in the video?
Yes.
Continue playing the video, please, from where it is, from where it stopped.
Of cooperation from the constituents of Eldoret North. I think I can speak on their behalf. We want, as the people of Eldoret North, a peaceful election because we believe in an open contest and we believe in fairness. And I am looking forward to very good.
Could you stop it there, please? Mr. President, what Honorable Ruto just said is in English, and it is contained in lines 26 to 28 of the second document in tab 24. And for the record, perhaps I should read it out. The timestamp is 0321 to 4 minutes, and it says, cooperation from the constituents of Eldoret North. I think I can speak on their behalf. We want, as the people of Eldoret North, a peaceful election because we believe in an open contest and we believe in fairness. And I am looking forward to a very good, and then the rest of it is unintelligible. Mr. Witness, was that what you heard?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Let's continue to play the video. Play from timestamp 7.59, please.
Kibaki amejionea leo, hata Luki mwenyewe amejionea. Haya, ambia wapi hiyo statement?
Could you stop it there, please? Mr. Witness, do you recognize the place that is being depicted in this video?
No.
Could you start it again, please, from 7.59? And please just look very keenly.
Kibaki amejionea leo, hata Luki mwenyewe amejionea. Haya, ambia wapi hiyo statement? Haya, serikali.
Do you recognize this place now?
Yes.
Where is it?
It is in Eldoret town.
Do you know exactly where in Eldoret town?
No.
But how do you know it's in Eldoret town?
I've seen some buildings there.
And where in Eldoret town are those buildings? Mr. President, in view of the time, perhaps I can leave it at that until we resume this afternoon.
Can he at least answer the last question?
Could you, perhaps he should be given a chance to see more of the video and then answer the question. Please play it again. Thank you.
The ODM, Palia Nyundo. Mheshimiwa Kona Nyundo.
There, please. And Mr. Witness, do you recognize this place?
Surely I don't recognize the exact place.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
We will take our lunch break now and we'll come back at 2:30. Court will rise.
All rise. We will.
really do not wish to belabor the point. I see where Your Honor is coming from, but there are lots of other elements that need to be taken into account. You recall, Mr. President, the witness's testimony is that there was a youth rally, and then the youth escorted Honorable Ruto to go and present his papers. This is one video we have showed, broken down into several excerpts just to ease the presentation. We first show the youth rally at Honorable Ruto's home, and I have drawn Your Honor's attention to certain segments of the transcripts wherein he is saying, "My fellow youth, give me your vote." We have also seen that, according to the witness, the youth were gathered at a particular location, Miley Tisa escorting Honorable Ruto to Eldoret. We have showed in the video that he stopped at Mailini and did say, "People of Mailini, I am here going to present my papers."
All right, let me stop you there.
Yeah.
The point I make is this. The prosecution has given you, do not want to use the word leeway because it's not about leeway, but he said, well, he's prepared to not object to the video to the extent that the witness has clearly identified certain locations to him. Isn't the rest a matter of argument for you when the time comes for you to argue that beyond those images there should be something else? Do we have to accept your intended use for it in all its elements before the video can come in?
No, Mr. President.
Yes.
In that case, I withdraw all other arguments and just ask that the document be admitted into evidence. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. Kinkatwa?
I already indicated, Mr. President, that we have no objection.
The video comes in as the next in the Ruto defense exhibits.
The public document KEN D0900180098 will bear the number EVD T D09000247.
Thank you. May I ask that the corresponding transcript, KEN-D09-0038-0695, be also admitted into evidence?
Where is that tab again?
It's tab 23, Mr. President.
Steinberg.
Your Honours, I noted when my learned friend was referring to this transcription or translation from lines 114 onwards, that there seems to be an inconsistency in the way that this document is dealt with. For much of the document we have what appears to be either Swahili or Kalenjin, I can't tell the difference to be frank, transcript followed by a translation. But then for the page he referred to, we have only the translation without the original language. I'm not sure if that's an omission from the document, but that's my observation as to possible issues with the completeness or correctness. But subject to the normal caveat that we don't admit the correctness, we have no objection to it going in at this stage.
We have no objection, Mr. President.
The document is admitted as the next in the Ruto defense exhibits.
The public document KEN D090038-0695 will bear the number EVD T D09000248.
Mr. President, we ask that transcript contained in KEN-D09-0027-0006 contained in tab 24 be admitted into evidence.
Mr. Steinberg.
Your Honours, just the observation again that this is only the translation without a transcript, but subject to the normal caveat, we have no objection.
We have absolutely no objection, Mr. President.
The document is admitted as the next Ruto defense exhibit.
The public document KEN D0900270006 will bear the number EVD T D09000249.
Mr. President, and the last item we would ask to be admitted is KEN-0027-0010. It's the second document in tab 24. Thank you, Mr. President.
Same situation from the prosecution, Your Honour.
We similarly do not object, Mr. President.
Admitted as the next Ruto defense exhibit.
The public document KEN D0900270010 will bear the number EVD T D09000250.
And Mr. President, I played 3 tracks of the same video. So the document has one ERN number because it is one video. I just thought I needed to clarify that. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Witness, in your statement, you told the prosecution that you came across this convoy while you were at a particular town in Eldoret, location C. Excuse me, when you are in location C, not in Eldoret, in location C. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And Mr. Witness, you told the Office of the Prosecutor that this event took place on the 3rd of December. Do you remember that?
Yes.
I would now wish to show you a newspaper. It is the Standard newspaper, Saturday edition. It is contained in tab 25, and the reference number is KEN-D09-0038-0436. Court officer, kindly put it up the screen, please.
The document is being shown to the witness.
Court officer, kindly expand it, please. Thank you. Mr. Witness, would you agree that this is the Saturday Standard newspaper of 24 November 2007? Look at the date, it's on the left corner.
Yes.
And I will read out some few paragraphs for you and then ask you questions. On the left-hand corner, the 4th paragraph, I will read it out for all to hear. It says, Raila, the Orange Democratic Movement candidate, presented his papers in Kibera. Kibaki and Kalonzo have a date with the returning officers of their constituencies today. Do you see that?
Yes, I've seen.
I would now read out the last paragraph on the contained in the same column as the one I had just read. It's the column to the far left of the document, and it reads as follows. Speaking after presenting his nomination certificate in Sabatia, his running mate, Mr. Musalia Mudavadi, said, "The red flag is up, and it is time for us to go full blast in our campaigns." Did you see that?
Yes.
I now take you to the next column. The fourth paragraph. And it reads as follows. In Eldoret, another Pentagon member, an outgoing Eldoret North MP, Mr. William Ruto, addressed a rally at Eldoret Municipal Park and dismissed yesterday's statement's poll as a plot against the Orange Party. Did you see that?
Yes.
And in the middle of the paper, you have this headline, Livondo now under probe over papers. Did you see that?
Yes.
And the first paragraph under that headline reads as follows. PNU Langata parliamentary aspirant, Mr. Stanley Livondo, could be headed for trouble a few hours after being cleared by the Electoral Commission of Kenya. It emerged yesterday that the candidate might have used forged documents in the electoral process. Did you see that, Mr. Witness?
Yes.
And this paper is dated when? Take a look at the top left corner.
November 24th, 2007.
Mr. President, at this stage, may I ask that this document be admitted into evidence? It is KEN-D09-0038-0436.
Mr. Steinberg?
Your Honours, I'm constrained to make the same observation with one of the previous documents, that it appears to be a continuation from page 1 of an article, so it does not appear to be complete. And for that basis, I request that it be MFI'd until it can be properly established.
I think, Mr. President, the purpose for which we are using this document is to show that the nomination exercise took place on the 23rd of November. And it is quite clear in here that certain individuals presented their nomination papers and were cleared on the 23rd. In fact, Mr. President, I have just emphasized on that when I looked at the presentation of papers by Mr. Livondo. And here it said quite clearly, it emerged yesterday that the candidate might have used forged papers in the electoral process. We've also seen that Mr. Mudavadi also presented his nomination papers, as well as Honorable Odinga, the day before. So, Mr. President, this objection is definitely not well-founded. This document clearly shows that this event occurred on the 24th, and it is on that basis that we seek its admission. Thank you.
Mr. Steinberger, he's explained why he's using the material.
Your Honours, my only observation is that in order to rely on the contents of the material, it must be reliable and authentic, and I submit also complete. I stand by my earlier submissions.
What did we do the last time? I forget now.
The last time we MFI'd it, Your Honours.
Mr. President, that one it was understandable because the article started from the previous page and then continued onto the other page. On this particular occasion, the information that is needed to assess the date the event occurred is all contained on this page. it's not necessary to waste time by MFIing it and subject the defense to having to bring the other pages. This is enough for a determination about what is being reported, Mr. President.
Is it too complicated to get the first page?
No, absolutely not, Mr. President. If it is required, we can even bring the original of the entire document. But considering that the court uses an electronic system, it makes matters even more complicated, we say, Mr. President. This is a newspaper of 24th reporting the events of 23rd November. That is indisputable.
Will it be your argument that the Levondo inset is complete in its own?
Mr. President, you have to juxtapose it with all the things that are mentioned in the article.
Yes.
So the answer is yes in that respect.
Mr. Fowler, at this stage, we will MFI this document.
As your honors, please.
Yes. So the document will be marked for identification.
Mr.
Subject, of course, to the is that page 1?
Yes, we'll just produce the entire document. Thank you, Mr. President.
The document KEN D0900380436 will bear the number MFI T D0900251.
Mr. President, may I at this stage ask that we play track 4 of the video that we had just played for the witness, and play specifically from timestamp 5 minutes 43 seconds to 7 minutes 54 seconds. The transcript should be contained in tab 26, and specifically I'd be referring to line 63, Mr. President.
Sasa nataka nimalizie watu wa Eldoret nikisema hivi, kwa sababu nataka kwanza tuweke alama ya ODM tuone hao watu wajue tuko pamoja. Hapo na kule tumesema mwaka huu watakiona. Ni kampuni ya mtu anaitwa Wanjui. Wanjui ni Mungiki, na wanapanga ati ile opinion poll itafuata ati Kibaki atakuwa ameshinda hapo. Hiyo inawezekana? Sisi tunawaambia Mungiki na huyo Wanjui pamoja na hiyo statement, tukutane kwa debe. Tuko pamoja? Wananchi wa Kenya wameamua kubadilisha uongozi wa Kenya na vile Kenya inaendeshwa.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Witness, did you hear what Honorable Ruto said in that clip?
Yes.
Could you give the court a summary of what you heard?
Yes, I heard him talking about the opinion polls, that the opinion polls was favoring the PNU side, and he was saying that he was telling the people not to mind about the opinion polls, but what will come out during voting.
Thank you, Mr. Witness. In this video, would you say that he's wearing the same clothes as the ones you saw him wear when he presented his papers, his nomination papers? I beg your pardon.
Yes.
I would now like to play another video, and this is KEN.
Before you do, can you? What do we do with the transcript we have?
I would wish to put it into evidence, but I was going to come back to it anyway. But thank you for the guidance, Mr. President. I'll now ask that the transcript be admitted.
No. Let's ask the witness. Can you put back the transcript to see whether that, if you can read back the transcript to the witness? Because he's given us a gist of what he's understood. That. Why don't we do this? Let's play that again for him.
Thank you, Mr. President. Could you take it back to timestamp 543, please? And play it all the way to timestamp 710.
Witness, listen carefully to the speech and tell us if you've got more details of what is being said. People being mentioned and that sort of thing.
Huyo anaitwa Victor. Sasa nataka nimalizie watu wa Eldoret nikisema hivi. Kwa sababu nataka kwanza tuweke alama ya ODM pole. Hao watu wajue tuko pamoja. Watu wa ODM. Hapo na kule. Tungwa. Tumesema mwaka huu watakiona. Tunaona hiyo ni kampuni ya mtu anaitwa Wanjui. Wanjui ni Mungiki. Na wanapanga ati ile opinion poll itafuata ati Kibaki atakuwa ameshinda hapo. Hiyo inawezekana? Sisi tunawaambia Mungiki huyo Wanjui pamoja na hiyo statement ati tukutane kwa debe. Tuko pamoja? Wananchi wa Kenya wameamua kubadilisha uongozi wa Kenya na vile Kenya inaendeshwa. Ni kweli ama si kweli? Hatutaki.
Please stop it there. Thank you very much. Mr. Witness, I will read out from this transcript.
No, wait. Witness, can you tell us again from in your own words whether some people were mentioned in that short speech and what the mentioning of those names say? Did you hear that?
Yes, Mr. President, thank you. So, it seems Ruto was summarizing the meeting, and he was saying that there is that company calling itself Statement, which normally do the opinion polls, and it belongs to somebody called Wanjuhi, and that Wanjuhi is a Mungiki, and Mr. Ruto was telling them that they should be told that they are going to meet in the ballot, not the opinion polls.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, would you require me to read the... Yes, thank you. Mr. Witness, this is the transcript we have, and tell us whether it coincides with your understanding of what you've just heard. And it is as follows. I'm reading specifically from line 63, Mr. President, to line 67. And this is what it says. We have said that this year they will see, and then the rest of the words are unintelligible. And then he goes on to say, it's a company belonging to a man called Wanjiwi. Wanjiwi is Mungiki, and they are planning that the opinion poll that will follow will show that Kibaki will be leading Agwambo. Is that possible? We are telling them, Mungiki and that Wanjiwi, together with that statement, let us meet at the ballot. Are we together? The citizens of Kenya have decided to change the leadership of Kenya and how Kenya is led. Is it true or not true? Did I read that out clearly, Mr. Witness?
Yes.
Does that coincide with your understanding of what you heard?
Exactly.
Mr. Witness, do you know who was referred to as Agwambo in 2007 elections?
Yes, I know.
And who is that person, if it is a person at all?
It is Raila Amolo Odinga, who was the presidential candidate for ODM.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Witness. Mr. President, before I move on, let me ask that this transcript be admitted into evidence. It is KEN-0018-0018-0129. It's contained in tab 26, Mr. President.
Mr. Steinberg?
Subject to the normal caveat, no objection, Your Honour.
No objection, Mr. President.
Admitted as the next Ruto defense exhibit.
Mr. President, for the record...
Thank you, Mr. Fall. The document KEN-D09-0018-0129 will bear the document EVD-T D09-00252.
Thank you. Mr. President, for the record, I'd like to spell Agwambo. It's A-G-W-A-M-B-O, Agwambo. Thank you. Mr. Witness, we had seen this newspaper, the newspaper of the 24th. Just give me a second. It is KEN-D09-0038-0436. It was MFI'd. Mr. President, it's MFI 251, and it is tab 25 it was. Do you recall that I read out a paragraph of what was attributed to Ruto? And it says, in Eldoret, another Pentagon member, William Ruto, addressed a rally at the Eldoret Municipal Park and dismissed yesterday's statement poll as a plot against the ODM party. Do you see that?
Yes.
Would you agree, Mr. Witness, that that is what you also saw on that video?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Witness. May I now ask that this video be played, KEN-D09-0027-0016. The transcript is contained in tab 27, KEN-D09-0036-0010.
clashes. ODM supporters clashed with PNU supporters, running battles with police, tear gas. It was not clear what prompted the clash, but there has been tension among supporters of both parties. PNU's Beth Mugo and ODM's John Kiari nevertheless presented their certificates. In Eldoret North, William Ruto of the ODM Pentagon was cleared to battle it out with KANU's Jonathan B, among others. Another ODM Pentagon member, Charity Ngilu, was cleared for the Kitui Central seat. She will be fighting it out for the seat with 10 other candidates. And in Langata, ODM presidential candidate Raila Odinga was exuding confidence as he arrived at Nyayo National Stadium, where Langata candidates were presenting their certificates. Raila will be competing with at least 7 candidates, among them Ndura Waruinge of UDM. Raila's main rival, Stanley Livondo, also sought to put up a show of crowds as his convoy entered the stadium. Livondo is vying on the PNU ticket in a constituency that is considered a must-watch in the battle for votes. So that's the nature of the battle for the Langata parliamentary seat, a high-profile seat, an expensive seat, going by the amount of resources that have been invested in it. Raila's running mate Musalia Mudavadi was cleared for the Sabatia parliamentary seat to contest against PNU's Moses Akaranga and ODM Kenya's Francis Chahonyo. In Juja, stakes are also high. Both George Thuo and William Kabogo, who have been at loggerheads, have been cleared. Kabogo on Sisi Kwasisi and Thuo on PNU. In Kiamba, the Stanley Githunguri and Njenga Karume rivalry was already at play. Karume is in PNU while Githunguri is vying on KANU ticket. In Gatundu South, Uhuru Kenyatta, the KANU chairman who is supporting President Mwai Kibaki's re-election, was cleared to run on a KANU ticket. In Starehe, Minister Maina Kamanda of PNU will contest among ODM's Bishop Margaret Wanjiru. Wanjiru said she did not want to take chances and arrived the first at the Kenya Polytechnic. Back to the chaotic areas, and Nyakach experienced these scenes. The impacts of the first come, first served basis. Peter Odoyo, who had been disqualified by ODM, had attempted to sneak on a fake ODM ticket allegedly, but supporters of the genuine candidate, Daima, would not allow it.
Mr. Witness, did you see that video?
Yes, I've seen.
You would agree that this video talked about Raila Odinga having presented his papers at Langata?
Yes.
You agree also that the newspaper that we saw of 24 November also said that Raila Odinga presented his papers in Langata?
Yes.
You would also agree that the video talks about Eldoret North MP William Ruto have been cleared to battle with KANU's Jonathan B. Do you recall that?
Yes.
You would also recall that it talks about Stanley Livondo having presented his papers, right?
Yes.
The newspaper also talked about Livondo being in trouble because of the papers he presented. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Do you also recall that the paper talks about, or rather the video talks about other candidates like Murungaru having presented their papers, right?
Yes.
And the video also talked about Musalia Mudavadi having presented his papers. Is that right?
Yes.
that too is reported in the newspaper that we looked at, the Saturday Standard of 24 November. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And Mr. Witness, all these were reported on the newspaper of 24th November 2007, right?
Yes.
And Mr. Witness, the point I am making to you is that the nomination exercise took place on 23rd November 2007. Honorable Ruto presented his nomination papers on 23rd November 2007. What do you say to that?
I agree.
Why, Mr. Witness, did you tell the prosecution that you saw Honorable Ruto escorted by youth to go to Eldoret to present his papers on 3rd December 2007?
It is because I was not sure of the date. I just guessed.
You made it up?
Yes.
You cooked it up? Just repeat your own words.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Witness. Before I leave that point, you made up the information that is contained in your diary, correct?
Sorry?
You made up the information that you recorded in your diary, correct?
Yes.
Wherever that diary was made, the entries were not contemporaneous with the events. What do you say?
Maybe you can put it in a language I can understand well.
The entries were not made on the date the events occurred. What do you say?
It is true.
In fact, all those entries were made on the same day. What do you say?
You are true.
And before I leave this point, the youth rally, the rally took place before Honorable Ruto was escorted to Eldoret to file his papers. What do you say?
I don't know that one.
Well, you lied in your statement, Mr. Witness, when you said that you saw the convoy at 2 p.m., Honorable Ruto going with the group to his home in Sugoi for lunch after the nomination. That's what you said, isn't it correct?
Yes.
That also is wrong, Mr. Witness. What do you say?
Yes, it is wrong.
You lied about it. That's the truth, isn't it?
Yes.
Mr. President, before I leave this, I would ask that these documents be admitted into evidence. KEN-D09-0027-0016, that's the video we saw. It's a news report about submission of nomination papers. Thank you, Mr. President.
Prosecutor?
This is the reason why we should probably do this at the time. I can no longer recall whether this document had a banner of a news report on it, but subject to that, I have no objection.
We do not object on our part, Mr. President.
Admitted as the next in the Ruto defense exhibits.
The document KEN-D09-0027-0016 will bear the document EVD T D09-00253.
Thank you, Mr. President. And the transcript for the video is contained in KEN. It's tab 27, Mr. President. KEN-D09-0036 2020-0009.
No objection, Your Honor.
No objection.
Admitted as the next in the Ruto defense exhibits.
The document KEN D0900360009 will bear the number EVD T D09000254.
Thank you very much. Mr. Witness, earlier on, I showed you one of the videos, that was track 1, and asked you whether you recognize the building that was showed there. Do you recall?
Yes.
And the building I showed you was, we say, Honorable Ruto's house. Do you remember me saying that?
Yes, I remember.
And you told the court that you do not recognize that building. Do you recall?
Yes.
In fact, Mr. Witness, you said those buildings. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And when I asked you further, you said you've never been to that particular place. Do you recall?
Yes.
When you spoke to the prosecution, you told them that you attended a meeting at Honorable Ruto's house. This is contained in paragraph 64 of your statement. You said you attended a meeting at Honorable Ruto's house on 13 December 2007. In your statement, it's mid-December. In your diary, you said 13 December. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you said, you told the prosecution that you attended that meeting with the persons listed in the defense PIS, person A to H, and person R and S. Do you recall telling the prosecution that? Please take a look at the PIS. Take a moment to look at the PIS. It's person A, person B, person C, person D, person E, person F, person G, person H, person R, and person S. Do you recall telling the prosecution?
Yes.
Mr. Witness, we...
Person R and S?
Yes, Mr. President.
You have two PISs?
We had a revised one, Mr. President. My apologies if it hasn't reached you. Do you recall saying that to the prosecution, that you attended this rally, or rather this meeting at Honorable Ruto's home on 13 December 2007, together with all these people I have mentioned?
Yes.
And in your statement to the prosecution, Honorable Ruto arrived at the meeting at 10:30, and the meeting continued until 1:30 p.m. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Mr. Witness, we have obtained the telephone numbers of some of the people you have mentioned, and asked an expert to obtain their call records from Safaricom and have them analyzed. And Mr. Witness, would it surprise you to note, Mr. President, the report is contained in tab 98. We are not seeking to admit that report. I just put it in to give me a reasonable basis to put my propositions to the witness. So this is not a document we are asking to put in evidence at this stage.
Yes, Your Honours, my objection is not to the admission of the document. We'll object to that too. But Your Honours' previous rulings has been that the Defence Counsel may put the fact that they seek to establish, but they should not refer to an expert report, which gives extra weight to that fact until that's been established.
Mr. President, what goes for the goose also goes for the gander. Learned counsel opposite did earlier indicate or flag to the witness that they did intercepts. And on the basis of that, he put his questions. They did intercepts.
Did you object at the time?
I did not object, Mr. President, because I believe it was permissible under the circumstances.
Objection is sustained to the extent that prosecutor is saying you may not pop that question after you've already flagged the fact of expert report.
Mr. President, I'll try as much as possible to comply with the ruling. I would put my question, and if it falls afoul of Your Honour's ruling, please indicate and I'll withdraw it. Thank you, Mr. President.
At this stage, what you do is move away to something else, and if you want deem it necessary to return to this without drawing attention to it.
Yes, I would do just that, Mr. President. Mr. Witness, you have told this court that you do not recognize the building in the video I had showed you. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Well, Mr. Witness, we say that that is where that is Mr. Ruto's house in Sugoi. What do you say to that?
Maybe I may request that you play it again so that I may view it closely.
Mr. Witness, earlier on you said you've never seen it. You've never been there. Do you recall that?
Yes.
So, Mr. Witness, what does that say about your statement to the prosecution that you went to Honorable Ruto's house on 13 December 2007 in Sugoi? What does that say to the evidence you gave to the prosecution?
Mr. Fowle, you have to live with that. There's something called one question too many. The witness wants to see the video, the witness needs to see the video. You're the one who brought it in. So.
Mr. President, I stand guided by Your Honor's direction. Thank you very much. Could kindly play the video again, track 1. It should be from 5 minutes plus. Mr. Witness, this is the image we showed you before. Do you recognize this building?
Yes, I recognize it now.
How do you recognize it?
Yes, this is Honorable Ruto's home.
How do you know that, Mr. Witness? You told the court you've never been there. How do you know it's Honorable Ruto's home?
I've been there, but sometimes back, the year 2004.
Oh, now you've been there in year 2004. Did you go there in 2007?
No.
Mr. Witness, we investigated Why did you go there in 2004?
There was a homecoming party for Mr. Ruto. In fact, it is 2003, not 2004. 2003 June. Mr. Ruto had won the 2002 elections for Eldoret constituency. So he was an MP. He had a homecoming party.
And Mr. Ruto's home, the main building, was it one building or many buildings?
I don't remember.
And when you first saw this photograph, you said there were many buildings. Do you now change your view about that?
Yes, I saw at first it looked as if there were many buildings.
We have examined the telephone records of some of the people you named to have been present at the meeting at Honorable Ruto's house on 13 December 2007. Would it surprise you, Mr. Witness, to note that the telephone that is attributed to person C, please take a look at the PIS, person C.
Your Honours, are we not on the same subject that we had disposed of earlier, referring to...
Thank you, Mr. President. Would it surprise you that the telephone attributed to person C was not in Sugoi, as you claim, but was in Kipkaren between the times 10 minutes past 10 in the morning and 20 minutes to 2 in the afternoon? What do you say to that?
I accept.
Why do you accept?
Because I never attended that meeting, and I'm sure that meeting never took place.
And Mr. Witness, the telephone number attributed to person C, we have also examined that, and it reveals that person D, rather, please take a look at the PIS, and person D was in Turbo from 13 minutes past 1 to 25 minutes to 2 p.m. on that day. What do you say to that?
I accept.
Oh, but why do you accept?
I accept because I know there was no such a meeting at Ruto's home.
We have also examined the telephone of the telephone attributed to person R, and the results show that from 11:45 to 5 minutes past 1 p.m. on that day, he was in Eldoret and not in Sugoi. What do you say to that?
Still the same, I accept.
Why do you accept, Mr. Witness?
The same reason remains that that meeting never took place.
We have also looked at the telephone attributed to person S, and the results revealed that from 10:48 to 11:48 on 13 December 2007, he was also in Eldoret and not in Sugoi. What do you say to that?
I still accept.
Why do you accept that, Mr. Witness?
For the same reason that that meeting was not there.
Mr. Witness, why then did you tell the prosecution that you attended a meeting at Honorable Ruto's house on 13 December 2007?
It was to make my statement more reliable.
I would now move on to another topic. You did tell the prosecution that there was a rally at location C on 21 December 2007, and this is contained in tab 2 That is your diary at page 0071, tab 2, Mr. President. That is Exhibit 133. And this is what you said, paragraph 28. At 21 December 2007, I have entered in my diary, in my 2007 diary, ODM rally dash location C. And in my 2008 diary, I have entered ODM rally location C and H. This is my handwriting, and I made the entry in my 2008 diary in the evening of the same day. Do you remember saying that to the prosecution?
Yes.
And you went on to say that this is the rally you referred to previously in your statement at paragraph 45. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Mr. President, I would direct your attention to paragraph 45 of the statement, that is in tab 1, page 8, specifically at 0026. And Mr. Witness, at para 49, at para 55, this is what you said. At around 2 p.m., Ruto arrived by car from the direction of Eldoret. He came with a red Toyota Prado. He was traveling in a convoy of maybe 15 cars. The cars all parked in a row, and Ruto's car parked in the middle. I saw Ruto get out of his car. Do you remember that? That is what you told the prosecution?
Yes.
Mr. Witness, do you know that there was a rally at Huruma on 20 December 2007? Are you aware of that?
I'm not aware.
And Huruma, would it be in the same constituency as location C?
Yes.
And both locations were in Eldoret North, represented by Honorable Ruto, correct?
Correct.
I would now wish to show you a short video. I would like to play KEN-DZ09-0021-0041. This is a document which had already been given an EVD number. It's been exhibited. It is EVD-T-D09-00062. And Mr. President, the transcript is contained in tab 30, KEN-DZ09-0021-0042. That too is EVD-T-D09-00063.
7 days to go, and Raila Odinga and Pentagon member William Ruto were in Kabarnet, home to former President Moi. It was a day after Moi, hosted President Kibaki in the same Kabarnet showgrounds. Here, Raila knew exactly what to say.
Jana Kibaki alikuwa hapa, sio? Alikuwa hapa. Aliomba kura. Alikaribishwa na nani? Na nani?
Watu wa PNU wawache kutumia mzee Moi. Mzee Moi si mtu ya PNU, ni wetu. Ni kweli ama si kweli? We are telling the PNU characters not to misuse the former president. The former president has been assigned petty errands to go around shopping centers asking for votes. That is not an assignment befitting a former head of state. We want Moi to play in the league of Mandela and other renowned people.
But the climax of the North Rift tour, which saw them visit 4 different places, was Huruma Grounds in Eldoret town. Raila told the people here that he would be more than happy if they elected ODM candidates from bottom to top in what is commonly known as 3 Ps.
Chungwa chini, chungwa katikati, na chungwa juu. Sasa 3 Ps tu. Hatutaki madoa-doa.
Those who may have been involved in corruption in the past were put on notice here, with Raila saying that the law will take its course.
Mimi grupu hiyo yote unajua wale watu wa Golden Back na Wangolisi sitawalinda kisheria, nitawacha sheria ifanye kazi yao, wapeleke mahakamani na wajibu na ile mali yetu ambayo wameiba warudishe ingine kwa wananchi wa Kenya.
He said his government will ensure that civil servants are well taken care of.
Nitahakikisha kwamba watumishi wa umma wetu, walimu, askari polisi, watumishi wa umma wote wamepata haki yao kulingana na sheria ya nchi yetu.
Pentagon member William Ruto claimed that government was plotting to rig election, but they will fail, he said.
Haki anaenda nyumbani kwa sababu ameshindwa. Sawa sawa. Ile kitu wana
Mr. President, just to flag that the portion playing is the last segment in the transcript at page. I'm sorry, the stamp is not very clear, but it's the last segment in the transcript that I had just referred to on page 0045. Could you continue playing it, please?
Before you continue playing it, Mr. Fowl, you say this is now evidence in the case, isn't it? Has it already been admitted?
Yes, Mr. President.
And we've seen this before at least once
yes,
or twice.
In the context of the Madowa issue. Don't vote.
Yes, and what I'm trying to find out from you is does this video have any close bearing to the testimony of this particular witness on the stand?
Yes, Mr. President. It contradicts the witness in a fundamental way. Thank you.
Tegemea sasa ati ni kuiba kura. Sisi tunawaambia wale wanapanga njama ya kuiba kura, tumewapundua tayari. Hakuna kura wataiba kwa sababu tuko macho.
Kijana kwa kila mtu. You must end it there. And Mr. Witness, you agree that Honorable Ruto was saying that they want to steal the votes, they plan to steal the votes, but that would not happen because they are alert. Is that what you heard?
Yes, I had.
Who said that, Mr. Witness?
Mr. Ruto.
And Mr. Witness, at the beginning of the video, you heard the announcer said 7 days before the election. Did you hear that?
Yes.
Where did you say the transcript is?
What time? Tab 30, Mr. President.
The thing is, one difficulty I have with the EVD, the ERN numbers and a lot of your documents is that the terminal numbers tend not to appear because of photocopying and that sort of thing.
My apologies for that, Mr. President.
Let's then, tab 30, the first page, according to the ERN number, ends with 0042. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. President.
All right. Now let's look at the native pagination of that document, forgetting the ERN, because that doesn't help me. what native pagination are we looking at? As in page 1, 2, 3 and all that.
The last page seems to put a question mark. That should be the third page, Mr. President. And in fact, the numbering is not sequential. The first page shows 1. The second page also showed 1. Then you have 2. Then a question mark. I must apologize, Mr. President.
Well, you need to be careful about this thing. This is your case. So if you're producing documents that are confusing to follow.
Mr. President, I do believe that the contents are correct besides the pagination. But like I said, I apologize for this, and we'll be more careful with this next time.
So the last page of that transcript, something about an answer in English, 000214, is that it?
Yes, Mr. President.
All right. So where are we looking at?
We were looking at the last translation of Honorable Ruto's speech before Kosge youths, all of them, let's vote 100%. Thank you very much, Mr. President. May I now ask to show the witness the newspaper contained in KEN, contained in EVD -T-D09-00080. It's already an exhibit, Mr. President, and it's contained in tab 31, Mr. President.
Your Honours, may I ask my learned friend to establish the basis for putting this to the witness? What is the connection with this witness? I'm still at a loss as to why the last document was shown to the witness.
Mr. President.
You mean the transcript?
I'm referring to the transcript and this tab as well. The witness has not said he was at that meeting. And if my learned friend is simply putting pieces of defence evidence, miscellaneous defence evidence for this witness to confirm, the prosecution would object to that.
Mr. President, we have a reason for doing this. The witness has indicated that there was a rally at a particular location, location C, on 21st December. Location C is very close to Huruma grounds. It is very unlikely that the ODM would have held a rally.
Let's not argue the
exactly. Thank you, Mr. President.
Matter now. Mr. Steinberg, I remember I had asked Mr. Fowl where he was going, and he said there's something he's driving at. Let's see what it is he's driving at.
Well, Your Honours, I think he's just told us the evidence is already in record, on the record, which tends to support, if it's correct, that there was a rally at the location he's mentioning. Is the unlikelihood of another rally taking place in the same area not a matter we should be dealing with an argument rather than through this witness?
Proceed, Mr. Fowl.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. Witness, court officer, kindly put up the screen this document, KEN-D09-0023-0031. Court officer, kindly enlarge the writing under the picture in the middle of the document, please. Mr. Witness, this is the standard newspaper of Friday, the 21st December. And look at the middle picture and the writings under it. It says ODM supporters cheer speakers during a campaign rally in Eldoret yesterday. Do you see that? Do you see that, Mr. Witness?
No. Mr. President, Council, I do not have that document available. I am showing it to the witness through e-court, but the image is very small. I'm trying to zoom it. If it's a public document, could it be displayed? Yes.
Yes, it is a public document, please.
The document is displayed, Mr. President.
Mr. Witness, immediately below the middle picture, do you see the writings, ODM supporters cheer speakers during a campaign rally in Eldoret yesterday?
Yes, I've seen.
And yesterday, according to this paper, would have been the 20 December 2007. You agree?
Yes.
I would also read one paragraph immediately below the picture, the last paragraph just before Honorable Ruto's photograph, and it says, speaking during campaign rallies held at Konoin, Bureti and KenyaMOJA constituencies on Wednesday, Ruto exuded confidence that the region would overwhelmingly vote for ODM. Do you see that?
Yes.
And Wednesday, according to this paper, would have been the 19th December 2007, correct?
Yes.
Konoin is spelled K-O-N-O-I-N. Bureti is spelled B-U-R-E-T-I. And KenyaMOJA is spelled A-I-N-A-M-O-I. So, Mr. Witness, this paper effectively establishes that Honorable Ruto was in a rally on the 19th November in KenyaMOJA area, in Eldoret on the 20th December. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Thank you. I would now play a video for you, and it is contained in KEN-D09-0038-0449. Please. The translation is contained in tab 32, 0038-0463.
At 2 p.m. Raila Odinga stepped in
Could you start it again, please?
Raila Odinga stepped in Kapkatet at 2 p.m. to meet with thousands of ODM supporters who had pitched tent here since morning. He immediately accused President Kibaki of dishing out new districts without proper plan in the name of winning votes. He, however, said his government will make all constituencies districts.
Kwa rais ambaye anagawanya na district, nikienda tunasema district hapo district pale. Tutatangaza kwamba ma districts zote, constituencies zote, sema mwakilishi bungeni hapa ni ma district yote.
Raila also defended the Majimbo system of government, or rather devolution, saying that is the only way to ensure development.
Tunasema sasa pesa itatoka Nairobi na kukuja hapa pembeni kulingana na taratibu ambayo imeandikwa ndani ya katiba.
Once again, they asked Kenyans to elect ODM candidates from bottom to top.
Majeshi wa Raila ni kuhakikisha kwamba sisi wa Kenya tunampatia wajumbe wa kutosha wa chama chake cha ODM.
Kapkatet Grounds is considered a historic ground in this part of Kenya, and resolutions have never missed whenever there is a political rally here.
Kapkatet Declaration tunasema mwaka huu sisi watu wa bonde la ufa.
Mr. Witness, this video shows that there was a rally at Kapkatet Stadium, does it not?
It does.
And the reporter stated at the outset of the video that Raila Odinga stepped into Kapkatet at 2 p.m. to meet with thousands of ODM supporters. Did you hear that?
Yes, I heard.
Mr. President, I would need just 5 minutes to close on this topic. Would you kindly grant me, kindly indulge me to proceed? Just 5 minutes or even less.
Yes, proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I would now wish to show the witness a newspaper. For the record, Mr. President, Kapkatet is spelled K-A-P-K-A-T-E-T. Kindly show the witness newspaper KEN-D09-0038-0440. It's contained in tab 33, Mr. President.
The witness is being shown the document.
Could you kindly highlight the date on the top left-hand corner of the document, please? Mr. Witness, can you see that it is written the Saturday Standard, December 22nd, 2007? Could you see that?
Yes, I've seen.
I want to read 2-3 paragraphs on the column on the left-hand side. It starts with at Kapkatet Stadium. And this is what it says. At Kapkatet Stadium, Raila again expressed confidence Kenyans will elect him the 4th president. Do you see that?
Yes, I have seen.
Okay. Let's scroll down a little bit to the last paragraph in that column, just above the headlines, police to beef up security on polling day, says Ali. Just above that, it says, running mate Mr. Musalia Mudavadi, ODM chairman Mr. Henry Kosgei, Pentagon member William Ruto, and former MPs Mr. Kipkalia Kones and Mr. Isaac Ruto and Mr. Charles Keter accompanied him. Did you see that?
Yes, I have seen.
And Mr. Witness, it would mean that Honorable Ruto accompanied Honorable Odinga to the Kapkatet rally on 21st December 2007. Would you agree?
Yes, I agree.
And Mr. Witness, just back to the transcript, that which, well, back to the video. You recall at the outset, the speaker said Raila Odinga arrived at 2 p.m. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Mr. Witness, Honorable Ruto was at a rally in Kapkatet on 21st December 2007 in the afternoon at 2 p.m. having accompanied Honorable Odinga. What do you say to that, having seen the video and this newspaper?
I agree.
Why then did you tell the prosecution that Honorable Ruto held a rally at location C on 21 December 2007 and arrived at about around 2 p.m.? Why did you say that to the prosecution?
It was my own version.
What do you mean by that?
That it was my own story, cook-up.
You lied about it, didn't you?
Yes.
Mr. President, at this stage, I would ask to put into evidence the video that I have just used. It's Ken-D09-0038-0449.
Prosecutor?
No objection, Your Honor.
Objection, Your Honor.
The video will be marked as the next Ruto defense exhibit.
The document KEN-D09-0038-0449, public, will bear the number EVD T D09-00255.
Mr. President, I'd ask that transcript contained in Ken-D09-0038-0463 contained in tab 32 be admitted into evidence.
No objection, Your Honors, with the normal caveat.
We have no objection, Mr. President.
Admitted as the next Ruto defense exhibit.
The public document KEN-D09-0038-0463 will bear the number EVD T D09-00256.
And the last item I used, Mr. President, is KEN-D09-0038-0440 contained in tab 33, newspaper of the Kapkatet rally. Thank you, Mr. President.
No objection, Your Honor.
Mr. Kiginkatwa?
No objection, Your Honor.
Admitted as the next Ruto defense exhibit.
The public document KEN-D09-0038-0440 will bear the number EVD T D09-00257.
Mr. President, I have a few more topics I would wish to explore with the witness, and I crave your Honor's indulgence to give me the morning session of Monday to wrap up with this witness. Thank you.
Mr. Kiginkatwa, you still say you need one session, is that it?
Yeah, I think that would be adequate, Mr. President, for me.
Right. Prosecutor, are you in a position to inform on the lineup for the next?
I'm not sure what you mean by the lineup, Your Honors.
Yeah, the next witness after this.
Your Honors, I understand the next witness will be witness 495. We'll be ready to proceed on Monday with him.
Witness, thank you very much for your patience. So we will need you to come back on Monday, and we hope to be done with your testimony by then, assuming there are no unusual developments that will get in the way of doing that. As you know, we lost a day yesterday due to various reasons, including difficulty with establishing a video link. So let's hope none of those things happen again. In the meantime, we hope to see you on Monday at the same time.
Thank you, Mr. President.
All right. the court will adjourn.
All right, we will